$5,000. $5,000. $5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Okay, well, no technical issue. Hold on. I'll tell you.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Summa Rahim here, National Covenant. Okay, brother says I'm working on a allergy. I'm not sure I'm gonna get through this. I probably shouldn't be doing anything. I got these allergies. It one hit me last night. I don't know where it came from, so I'm allergic to something. Anyway, no one stepped up to this in years. Why? They're aware of it. They wish I would shut up. That speaks for itself. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, what I want to do here is I'm going to go into some details I haven't talked about before. See, if you're an Injil scientist, a student of the Injil, you don't really need these details. Because when you understand the nature of resistance is pressure, and you understand how pressure works, and you can define all the pressure elements, then it's simple. It's simple. If your pressure is greater than everyone else, they can't touch you. And you'll be crushing them. It's just simple as that. Okay? And so all you have to do, how do you increase your pressure? How do you increase your power? Energy times discipline equals power. So if your power is greater than anyone else's, and they cannot touch you, there's no way they can do it. I don't care, atomic bomb, none of this, but you have to understand physics, understand how existence, a reality is based on pressure. But most of you, that would require faith because you don't have any experience or knowledge. You have data, and you don't have the faith. They say, man, you tell me, man, if I just do this, they can't shoot me. They can't burn me up. They can't do anything to me. Yes, that's what I'm telling you. That's what Scripture says. But you don't believe that. Most people don't believe it. See? And then some, well, I just believe in Jesus. So, but they believe that Jesus is in the sky. He's looking down and says, "Oh, they'll be in the Lord, so I'm gonna make sure nobody touch them." I mean, they'll believe that. They'll believe that one, which is total bullshit. And God's looking down, oh, he's obeying the law, so I'm not going to mess with that one. I'm not going to let anything mess with him. I'm going to protect him. They believe in that. They don't believe in science of pressure. I tell people that's it, but no one's studying it. No one understands it. That's what you're going to have to understand and make it to the hereafter. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm just telling you what it is. I mean, that applies to me also. So I'm going to go into some details so you understand what they're thinking. You don't need to, right? But you understand what they're thinking. You see? So once you understand their thinking, well, I said you don't need to. See? Hold on, let's see here. Okay. But it shows you the wisdom. So we're getting the quality here, not quantity. Quantity is just understanding pressure. Quality is getting into the, like I said, $1 million gold mine is equal to $1 million hit farm. Both of them equal $1 million as far as quantity is concerned. So what would you rather have? But since we're amongst them, they control the quality. So they can say, oh, you got $1 million, only thing you can buy is the shit farm. But you don't understand that. Because as long as we stay with them, they determine the quality of our energy, which was against us. So we're never going to be happy because we can never be ourselves. Because the only quality them give us the quality they want us to have. The quality they want us to have. Okay. Cut to the chase here. Back in the Holocaust, they forbid you to read. Why would they forbid? If we was animals, like they said, why would they care if we read or not? Because they know we're superior. If we read, right, we'll outthink them. They forbid us to read. Forbid us to read, read us to write, read us to even think. You see? And that goes on today. We're going to talk about some of those things today, some of the techniques they use. Let's move on. Like I said, I got a excuse me, God, I said I got a the allergy issue here. We're going to address this person because he's a primary character in this whole drama. How does he fit in? Because once you understand the whole picture, you say, well, he doesn't fit in that picture. And they're saying, well, they represent who he claims to be. But then again, it's complicated. See, when you get to that level, it's complicated. And that's the level I have to deal with on the Levites. Right? Because that's the level I have to attack him on the quality level. I attack the demons on the quality level. That's what makes it so devastating, so difficult to have to deal with the quality level. Because that's the level they're on. So I point out who he is, what. But then it's more complicated because, right, the nature of the beast here. His job, he don't realize his job is to separate the wheat from the chaff. That's his job. He don't know it. See? Because he attracts the chaff. See? he attracts the chaff. Because if you exercise closely, right, they was all with him. When they entered Aaron's camp, Aaron here said, those with the Lord, come with me. So it separates. He had them all. He had them all. Okay? But some of these, right, his attraction didn't hold because actually he didn't have attraction with them. They were just there. Because he said, those with the Lord, come with me. So, and they came and there was no no resistance. See? So he's a attractor. He attracts the chaff. And he's doing a good job at it. So that's why you say, well, why people listen to that? And, well, because they're attracted to him. It's emotional attraction. And so it's fine. It's good. We don't want to break that. See, that's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get some of the motivations and some of the wisdom that we use, right? And putting this all together. So I'm gonna go into some things here.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
These verses speak for themselves.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Well, brothers and sisters, we can prove that they're guilty of that easily. It says they be. See, that's what I'm saying. These people that's with him, they're demons or fools or totally idiots, because the truth that exposes him is so clear, okay? And expose them as being idiots, most likely demons, because it says clearly they do exactly what it just says. Goes, play it again. Sure you get it.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Most grievous chastisement. Let's look into it. Let's see if they're guilty of this.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Right there, brothers and sisters. That should be ended right there, because his Malachi, what they use, say this represents the messenger is Elijah, but it's very clear here. They said, no, that's another messenger, a second messenger that comes to Elijah's temple. But they said Elijah's the last one. He's eternal leader of Nation Islam. There's no one after him. And that's not what they're saying. And they know about this because this is where they use to verify Elijah, right? It's the messenger. So what about the messenger of the covenant that will come to this temple? Never mention him. Never. It's right there. He said Elijah prepared the way for him. But no, Elijah's the last one. Early in Nation Islam. Okay, let's see it go further. Now remember, messenger of the covenant. Keep that in mind. Messenger of the covenant. Right? Messenger of the covenant. Keep that in mind. He said the messenger of the covenant. Oh, what covenant? So let's look at the covenant. The messenger of the covenant. We don't know what covenant he's a messenger of, right? Let's look.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13 And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14 And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Okay, they read this part here. In fact, they read it Sunday, and they say we come out with great substance, but then they say we ain't going nowhere. So they called somebody a liar. They said we come out with great substance. Before we said, well, that meant we come out of religion, we come out of names. No. Okay? But right there is a problem. Right? Okay, but remember they read this. Let's see what the rest of it says.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Right there, brothers and sisters. Remember, they read the first part, they read this part, and it says the message of the covenant. And now I tell you what the covenant is. There's the covenant. So that means we're not going to stay here. It says we're leaving here and we're going to there, which is Arabia. That between the river of Egypt and the river Euphrates, that's Arabia. Look at it on the map. They say we're not going nowhere. And they never mentioned this covenant. They never mentioned the covenant. Never mentioned the covenant, but they read the rest of it. They did read. They did Sunday again. They read the first part and didn't read that part. So what it says, those believing part of the book and this being the other? A lot of lying on that one. Most grievous chastisement. So now we got the covenant, we got the message of the covenant, and we got the covenant. So let's find the identity of the message of the covenant. See, those two things they never mentioned. Never mentioned. See, they're all connected. They're both connected. Because that would go totally against. Just like that thing about this is this. That was dishonoring Master Muhammad. Nothing they said there correspond. Anything Master Muhammad said, they can't find anything that, in the message of black man, how he lived, I said it was a ride, fall of America, nothing that justified what he said, oh, this is this, and this day we honor Master Muhammad. No, you was trying to dishonor him. You can't dishonor him, but that's what you was doing. You was dishonoring yourself because you're lying. And that shows you, they call it conscience of guilt because they don't speak to those things. If they did speak to him, that would kill Farrakhan. They spoke to the message of covenant. They would have to, they'd have to tell you, oh, well, who? Then you'd be looking for the message of covenant. He said, that's what you should be seeking. Now, Elijah, oh, see, okay, then, but that can't be Farrakhan. He's not, he tell you what the covenant is. He's not the message of the covenant. He's not the message of the covenant because that's what the covenant is. He said, we ain't going nowhere. They said, all right, lie. Don't look at it any further. So that means they know they're lying. Let's look at the next one. Let's see if we can find the identity of the message of the covenant.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Okay, brothers and sisters, that should be clear enough. Because it says it went from Moses to Joshua. Bypassed Aaron, Farrakhan, went to Joshua. And Joshua is the messenger of the covenant. But they never mention any of those three. They don't mention the messenger of the covenant. They don't mention the covenant. They don't mention the identity of the messenger of the covenant. See? So that means they're being part of the book. Read the other because they read the rest of this. Like I think he read some of it Sunday. How come they pass on that part? Being part of the book because this will destroy everything Farrakhan's saying. It will destroy everything he's saying if they talk about the message of the covenant because that means, right, there's somebody come after Elijah, and it ain't him. Because he's not preaching the covenant. And what's the covenant? He despised the covenant. Because he says he called God a liar. He called God a liar on 3 counts. He says, he don't mention the covenant. And God said, no, he's coming. He's coming. But he don't mention it. So that's calling God a liar there. He said, no, he says Elijah's the last one. That means he's called him a liar. He said, no, there's another messenger. They call God a liar right there. They just call God a liar on the 2nd count, right? Because he says, we ain't going nowhere. When it says clearly, we're going to return home to Arabia. They call God a liar there because that's the covenant. That's the covenant God made. So he said, that's a lie too. And then, on top of that, ain't nobody coming out there. Aaron, he's Moses' student. So he's calling God a liar. And that cause too, because Joshua says he's the one that passed from Moses to Joshua, bypassed Aaron. So that's why they can't mention that, but that puts them in the category of those believing part of the book, this and the other, because the person has deceived you. And so they're going to be deceived. It says they have strong delusions, right? So we don't keep them, what the Quran said, leave them alone and they're blindly, in the darkness, blindly, leave them alone in the darkness, blindly wondering, I think it says. Oh, yeah. If they're in dark, you want to be in the dark? We make it even more dark for you. You want pork? Yeah, give him some pork chops. Give him chili. He want it? Yeah, give him all that stuff. Okay. Okay. Keep him away from us until the time comes. Let's look at the next part here.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Well, that doesn't apply to Pharaoh. Pharaoh got his ass blown up. His loving synagogue of Satan, they blew his ass up with radiation pellets. Now he's pissing shit in the bag. That's a curse. I don't care what you call it. Any man would tell you, oh, but it's Farrakhan's a trial. Otherwise, it'd be a curse. Well, it's not a trial. Trial, that means you recover from. You can't recover from that. They can't give you regenerate those things because now he's pissing shit in the bag and right now he can't wipe his own ass. It's a curse for robbing the nation. It's clear. You don't have to go any further. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
That's Joshua he's talking about. He's Farrakhan, but right now he's incontinent. They got to dress him. Like I said, he got his ass blown up. So who's protecting him then? Who's protecting him then? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Again, that's not Photoshop, that's him. Why is he kissing those devils? That goes against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. Okay? But he's pissing shit in the bag now. He was a coward. They say, oh, he was the sheep when the sheep was on attack. No, he ran. He ran away. I was there. That's a lie right there. It's amazing how I know they lie, but wow. Farrakhan said himself, he took off. He didn't stay and protect the sheep. He left us with nothing. I was there. The wolves attacked us. We had no protection. At least not, right? Other than the protection we got from Elijah, but following the law. I'm saying no protection financially. Quality, no quality protection. You understand? Okay. Lost the store, lost our part. I lived in a nation complex. I was foreman in Mama Speaks newspaper. Night foreman. Right? Lost my car. It was financed the nation's bank, so forth and so on. Okay. That's why he kissing devils. But see, he's a coward. He took off and stole everything and left the believers with nothing. Him and Wallace stole all the believers that they had worked for. They built that. Elijah Muhammad, he led it, but they did the work. And I sold 300 papers every week, like everybody else. So they had a problem doing it because I did security, I did all that. I had no problem because I see the benefit. I mean, I had virtually no contact with devils. Nation store, nation restaurants, nation businesses, right? Nation bakery, right? Nation complex, living in nation apartment, finance the nation bank, working Mom Street newspaper. I mean, all that was, they took all that and ran, left it with nothing. He said some people went crazy, some people went back to jail and so forth. He says that he missed it. Where was you, Farrakhan? No, he was out in Arizona, someplace trying to get back on stage, shake his ass. He's a coward. He didn't. No, he did run. That's an outright lie, and it can easily be proven. But now he's cursed. Because Elijah Muhammad said the females are heaven, right? So that's over for him. He's pissing his shit in a bag. He can't wipe his own ass. They castrated that fool. I guess that's why he's kissing on Father Flager, because if Father Flager was accused of abusing children, so I guess Farrakhan found his husband. He found a husband. Why kiss me in the mouth like that? And I show that to someone. Oh, that's Photoshop. They're so sick. They can't see what's before their eyes. That's not Photoshop. We got the video where he's actually doing that. And he even mentioned, well, that's not gay. He's so stupid. That's not being gay. And this so-called second Me and Man March, he's up talking about, now he didn't even show up himself. That's how much a coward he is. Because the first one wasn't his idea. He claimed it, and so the preacher said, okay, you want to take credit for this? Okay, second one, you do it by yourself. No one showed up. He didn't show up himself. That's why I never talked about the second one. Because the first was good. If you buy a record, and that record is jamming, they say, hey, I got another, you going to buy one too? Say, man, the first one jamming, the second one must be. But nobody showed up the second one. See what I'm saying? Because it wasn't his. Because the people that was there was mostly those Christian preachers people. It wasn't Farrakhan's people. 99.9% of it was the Christian preachers people. But Farrakhan took credit for it. And embarrassed everybody if you understand it. See? So they ain't sure. And he's talking about my LGBT family. What? The people with him, he's making it so clear, so easy. We don't have to argue with him. Because if you with him, then we just burn your ass up. See? That's what the God's going to do to him. He's going to burn your ass up. And that's what he did. Took that money. Went to the judge, took that money, all the nation's money, all that assets were left in the name of the nation. They went to the bank and went to the judge and said, Judge, that's my father did this. This belongs to him. They convinced I was supposed to be the one to defend and say, no, that's not true. That money belongs to the believers. Remember, he had standing because he was supposed to be the top guy. He went along with the program, so he got his piece. He didn't go in and contest that. Said, no, that money belongs to the believer. No, he didn't do that. He got his piece. Hey, bro, what's going on here? Hold on. He's no good. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna go into some things, brother, sister. So let's see. Hold on. I do have a sinus issue, allergy, so I'll go as far as I can. Okay, I want to talk about this. It's all right. I'll explain it. See, it has out of order, but I'll explain it. The devil's up in Europe. There's in Europe for 1,000 years. That's chapter 20. They tell you that's the future. That's the history. All they was doing was beating and killing each other. They was totally out of control. That's all they did was they constantly warring each other, and doing the most horrific things to each other. They didn't trust each other. You know, they had a certain thing called, what they call a chastity belt. You know what a chastity belt is? Chastity belt is like a metal thing. It's like a metal, what do you call it? What's those things women wear? What do you call that thing? Thong. It's like a metal thong, right? And they put it around it and they lock it. Because when he was out the war, he was scared somebody might do his wife, or she might go and do something else, right? Because they had no control up there. Remember, they didn't take baths. They thought it was wrong to take baths. But see, that was had a true history. They wouldn't take baths. They was constantly killing each other. There was all kinds of evil things to each other, all kinds of diseases. I think the so-called Black Plague lasted about 50 years. They got a thing called awning. Look up awning. Awning is something you don't see them too much anymore. But when I was a kid, all these stories of awnings come out. And they had awnings there. That's where it comes from Europe. Because what happened, they lived in 2 or 3 story buildings, right? And they did 2 or 3 story buildings, right? And they have any toilets. So what happened is that once they did their thing, right, they throw it out the window. If you happen to be walking, you got the Holy Ghost. Boom! Got a splash. So that's why they had awnings. So it hit the street. These people was incredible. Remember, and they was Christians. See? Catholics, at least. Some people that think it's a difference. But they're terrible. All they were doing was fighting to kill each other all the time. France was against Germany, Germany against Britain. I mean, they were constantly fighting all the time. They had no peace amongst themselves. Right? And then they broke out 2,000 after 1,000 years. Gog and Magog, which is Britain, and then out of Britain came God. The mother of Gog was America. So the thing is that, you know, you go to a psychologist or whatever, right? A psychiatrist or whatever, and they say, well, I got an abuse problem, man. You know, angry and stuff all the time. So they says, well, one of the things they tell you to do is, well, get you a punching bag. And every time you feel those urges, just go Because, you know, you feel the urge, then, you know, like anything, like sex, anything, once you go through the process, then you're relieved, right? See? So you got all that frustration built up in you, so you take it out. You see some of these movies, right? They say, you see the guy punching the walls and all that kind of stuff, throwing tables around, because he's getting that anger out. So he's tearing stuff up. You don't see him building anything, say, oh, let's do something positive. They tearing stuff up because all that anger's in them. So what happened is that they was doing all that. So what happened? How did they start getting along with each other? Right? Because they had to get a punching bag, like the psychiatrist said, a punching bag. You punch the bag, don't punch your wife. Not punching her, just when you feel like wanting to beat up somebody, don't beat her up, punch you, right? Punch the bag, get your bag. So he goes out there mad, just beat on that bag for a while until he get all that anger out. Well, we was the punching bag. All these things I said, so much I could tell you. We were the punching bag. I talked about this a long time ago in a different context. We were the punching bag. When God said they was united, they all was against beating us up. They can go out and piss on us, shit on us, hang us. Right? They used to have celebrations, right? Before they had football and baseball, which they did. They had nigger burning parties. And you can see it on the internet, they had their pictures out there. They would take and they put it in the paper, they didn't hide it. Put it in the paper, we're gonna burn a nigger, maybe 2 this weekend. And so they catch you walking on the street, they grab one of you, they take you and they send out a newspaper, everybody show up, it'd be a big picnic with the children and everything else. They sit around and they got their sandwiches and stuff. And they take and they castrate you and all that stuff, do to you, and then they burn you right there, and that was their entertainment. That's how God, they're frustrated. So instead of beating themselves up, they beat us up. We took it. That's psychology of that. That's what kept the white folks from beating each other up. We beating us up. But now they got a problem because it's hard to beat us up. Now they're starting to fight each other again. That's another story altogether. Instead of beating your wife up, go beat that bag. Instead of beating each other up, beat them niggas up. That's what they do it for hundreds of years. Getting their frustration on us instead of biting each other. See? That's a fact. Move on. Here? So-called die, all they did was for each other. That's all they did was fight each other. That's all they did. Constant fight, constant wars all the time. Fighting each other. And then the guys said, oh, now we can take our frustration on them niggas. So now that's what it said. You get frustrated, just deal with them niggas. Hang a nigga, beat a nigga, piss on a nigga, butt break a nigga, gator bait a nigga, rape a nigga. You understand? So that's how they got the frustration out. So they was at peace with each other because they had us, we was the punching bag. That time is over, so now they starting back each other because they're having a hard time take it out on us now. In a few days, they won't be able to take it out us all because when we come together, when they see us coming together, they're gonna attack. Okay? But they ain't gonna be able to get their frustration off on us. So they're gonna go back attacking each other again. That's why it's gonna be terrible here. Because once the punching bag was removed, and the demons are part of that too. They're the same thing. That's why you see these gangs. Who do you think these gangs? These gangs are demons. And so they hang together. Why? Because they can take them. Because they attack us. Attack our women, attack us. These are all gang men so tough. They want to kill us and everything else. Because that's them are demons. They're going to be removed. See? They're united on beating us up. Just like the devil's united on beating us up, tormenting us, terrorizing us. So that's why you got these demons amongst us. They're the ones, the gang members that's terrorizing us. So that keeps them together because they can take their frustration on us because they got the same nature as their daddies. Fear? Just beat up on the niggas. Beat up on them niggas. Don't beat up each other anymore. Beat up on these niggas. See? That's what they've been doing. But when they can't use that punching bag anymore, they go back to each other again, after each other. That's what's about to happen. Armageddon, I told you, Armageddon's a European war. I'm trying to give you the details that's driving this stuff. I tell you, it's a because now they got all that frustration. They're going to take it out on themselves again. Because they can't take it out on us. When we come together, they can't take, because we fight back now. Okay, I got this all out of order, brothers, but anyway. It talks about, pray your flight be not in the winter, neither in the Sabbath. Okay, let's look at this. Let him which, okay, when therefore you see abomination of desolation, You need to look that up and see what it is, because that's going on right now, but no one's telling you. I'm the only one telling you what that is. No one's mentioned the abomination of desolation is happening right now before your eyes. No one, except me. If you look it up, you'll find that's actually true. What's going on in Gaza, that's abomination of desolation. It says, if you look up abomination, it says the uprising was put down with great cruelty, and that's exactly what happened in it. Spoken by Daniel the prophet, stay in the holy place. It tells you it's going to be over where? The holy place, Jerusalem. That's where it's going to occur at, and that's where it is. Then let him in Judea flee to the mountains. Then was on the housetop, not come down to take anything out of his house. Let him which in the field return not back to his clothes. And woe to them with child, right? That's pregnant, but I'm not going to explain that, but maybe, I don't know. And suck in those days, but pray ye that your flight. In other words, so when you see that, you got to move because they're going to attack you. That's why you can't, because you're in a state of panic. You got to flee. You can't go in your house. You can't get your baby. You can't do anything because you're going to be in a state of panic. Why was you in a state of panic? Because you didn't see it coming. If you saw it coming, you would be in a state of panic. So when you see that, okay, it's too late. You didn't prepare. Right? But then be great tribulation, such as not since the beginning of the world until. What tribulation? Tribulation against you. Against all blacks. But particularly you. But you don't want to cause it anyway. Let's move on. See, but it says, neither winter or Sabbath. Keep that in mind. And then, here again, right? It says the same thing, but here it says, but it said, pray ye that his flight not be in the winter. It don't say Sabbath and winter, just say winter this time. So what's the difference? Why not mention the Sabbath here? Let's move on. So I show both, right? Pray your flight not be in the winter, neither a Sabbath, and pray ye your flight be not in the winter. Now, something happened here. That reason why it's happened, because you don't see it. You didn't see it coming. That's why you're in a panic. Because you didn't listen to this message and you just stick behind Elijah. My job is try to, if I can, protect you from that panic. Right? So you be prepared. So let's move on. Now here's the angel key. Now, if you understand, here's the angel key. And this, you have January to December, but March is the first month. That's a recognized March universally. The Romans changed it because they wanted to honor Janus, their emperor. So they said, well, January is going to be the first month of the year, which everybody understood. Spring was the first month of the year. So if you go from there, you got, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is Sabbath. They're talking about the month. 7th month of the year. That's Sabbath right there. And here's the winter. 10th month, right? Winter right there. So what's about these two? Okay, it says, what it's telling you, I'm going to cut to the chase here, but it says what it's telling you is pray, right? Because it said pray. Now, I got with some about faith earlier. They tell you to have faith because they don't know what to do. They have no idea what to do. So where's have faith in Allah? Oh, really? Is that how it works? Is that what Noah's supposed to do? Or did he build an ark? And then faith is a very spurious thing because the Hindus got faith, the Buddhists got faith. So how you know, right? What faith is right? I would have knowledge. See, but they say faith, but they don't have no idea, and they're lying over there. Because if you was in Noah's time, just having faith, it got your ass drowned, didn't it? If you was in Sodom and Gomorrah, right, your ass got burnt up. Because you didn't get the hell out of there. They don't know. So now they fall back, oh, you just have faith in the law. So it says, pray. Well, why pray? Because remember, if God's matched by Muhammad, the only prayer going to be answered is this one. There's so much I can say about this, brothers and sisters. Only prayer's going to be answered this one. This prayer is not going to be answered because they praying to Jesus. Right? See? So pray, right? So their prayer was answered because it says, right, they had to worry about, they don't mention the wind on the second one. They only mention they don't mention They don't mention the Sabbath on the second, they just mention the winter. So these are the ones that had the problem. Their prayer was answered. Let's move on. So, again, what I'm showing here. Okay, September, this is the Sabbath. This is the winter. Okay. I'm not sure why I do it that way, but anyway. See, this is what, if you understand education, this was attack. Who's attacked? This was attacked, and this was attacked. Sabbath in the winter, this one. But this, oh, that's why I had it there. Okay, here, okay, previous. It says, when the war starts, before they attack, the people are set in darkness. That's why we call it dark, because in the eyes, split black. And then the valley of death, that's another story together, right? But it says, okay, it says, the people set in darkness in the grave. It says, they come together. It actually says, they cast down Farrakhan, and they, I kept saying, they joined on to the message of the covenant. So they come together at that point, just before, while the war's going on. See, so they're being told, they've been made aware of that situation I told you about, abomination of desolation. So they're prepared for it, but these ain't. Their prayers ain't been answered anyway. But they ain't praying wrong. They're praying to Jesus who don't exist, right? So therefore, what happens here? So they attack, right? These not panic because they was prepared for it, and these are. See? That's what say pray just winter because the Sabbath don't mention Sabbath because they was protected. That's why the second time you don't mention the winter, and you don't mention the Sabbath. They're protected because they're given knowledge, so they prepared for it, and these ain't. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. It said this God will preach in all the nations, then it will come. And this will happen. And this God, they try to tell you, oh, the crimes of the last book, the crimes and that. That's against the message of life. I'm teaching it all together. Because he said, the scientists write these books and they release it for each season for a 24,000 year period. So every time there's a need for it, they reveal the book for that particular event, if you can put it that way. But not God's last book. I'm going. I hope they stick with that. I ain't trying to save them. Okay, I was going to talk about Psalms. I walked to the valley of the shadow of death. I'm going to pass on that right now. See, if you read this book and you don't have the angel key, then it says something, but it's not saying the right thing. Because that's sealed Bible. The sealed Bible was guidance. So there's information in there. The sealed Bible was guidance to Adam. Right? So if you go, but if you don't use, but angel key is the guidance for making it to the hereafter. Right? It's just light that blows away the darkness, because sealed Bible is the darkness. But they were ruled in the darkness. Brothers and sisters. Now I'm going to quickly go to this, brothers and sisters. See, you have to know who the God is and how we came about. It tells you it's really maker, owner, creator, planet Earth, God used us. How do you make sense of that? I mean, they say, why say all that? They say, just God, no. Because you got to understand why they say make a owner cream. Why cream of the plant? Cream is something that rises from the bottom to the top. Make a owner, right? So we didn't create it, we made it. That means we gave it form, right? Make a owner, and we own it. It's ours. Make a owner, create a planet, God universe. How we God universe? See, and they don't understand what that means. In fact, they don't even believe it. So I'm just going to touch on this, brothers. I have a presentation that explains it. Anyway, the bottom line is, I forgot to check on that. I don't know how to call that. I forgot what you call it. The original being. They said something like the seed. I forget it. I need to look it up. Anyway, it really says it. I'm thinking it's in the problem book too, but please. I don't know. Anyway, the bottom line is DNA. That's life. DNA is life. All life, including the plants, bees, and all made of DNA. Some portion of DNA. So if you say DNA is from A to Z, then there's some portion of it. Some of it is Z, some of them Y, some of them is AB, some of them is ABC, some is DEF, some is DJY, whatever. Some different combination, but some subset of that. But that's the whole strand, right? Okay, so that is, you're looking at the God, the original being. Oh, well, that's what you're looking at, right? Well, make it, send the planet Earth, universe was totally contracted. Even the devil say that, so-called Big Bang, universe totally, he says it was contracted size of an atom. Well, the Quran says contracted size of the Earth. So if you can believe it was retracted size of an atom, most you don't even know that. So this guy today, he was trying to explain, does atoms have light or color? I'm saying, and he went on and on for an hour. I said, man, it's an easy answer, but anyway, that's the devil's for you, right? So the thing is that it says total triple darkness, right? That means there's no, you're totally contracted. So you don't need eyes with total triple darkness. You don't need a nose, nothing to smell. You don't need feet because you're in the center of earth, there's nothing to walk on. You don't need hands, there's nothing to hold. But all that's built into the DNA. That all that stuff, that's a seed. You put a seed in the ground, and what? Look all that stuff come out of it. It's in there. It's packed in there. It just comes out, right, as it grows. So what you see us now is we result of that seed growing. That's the seed. Oh, seed, that's what they call it. Seed. Atom of life, that's what they call it. Atom of life. Oh boy, he called it atom of life. That's what he called it. The atom of life. That's it. That's what the original being looked like. All that's in there, gender, all that's built in there. That's the original seed, and it's conscious. And the point is at the center of the universe, that's the earth, and then outside, at that time, both are equal. If you understand pressure, external pressure, internal pressure is equal, that way it stops collapsing. Right? If that's conscious, right? It's moving 24 billion miles per second. Outside wouldn't be moving that fast because it's at more space. So therefore it's conscious. But if it's that, the inside and the outside is equal. That means inside, if that pressure inside is consciousness, then it's equal to the pressure on the outside. That means it's aware of everything that's on the outside, everything. Total control of it. That's God universe. In the universe, God universe, big up. That explains that, but they don't know. Anyway, that's it. So as time moves on and we start expanding the universe, then we start, right? Because at one time, we lived in the oceans for billions of years. If you go look at an embryo, it's forming, it has gills at some point. Why do it need gills? Because we lived in the ocean for years, for billions of years, maybe trillions. Okay? So we finally came on land. And everything came from us, the bees, all that. we produce them and turn it off on ourselves. We had a whole strand. Even the devils tell you, he says, man, DNA is a big package. It said for us, most of it's turned off. Well, yeah, because we turn it off. We don't need it. We got the B's doing that, so we turn the B function off. Then if the B is BCD, then we turn off the BCD because now the B's do that. We don't have to make honey anymore. The trees don't have to make oxygen anymore. So, right? And so that's where it works, brothers and sisters. So let's move on. Try to give you details. Farrakhan got a lot of details. Watch the weather. Watch the weather for what? Watch that tornado when it comes and blow your ass away? Some dumb shit, boy. Ooh. Okay, let's do this. Message coming shows up, right? It's the war. The false Israel, that's the false vision they gave us. The override way Elijah Muhammad was teaching us. He said we'll see Abraham. They said, oh, in 1948 they put false Israel up there that nullified when Messenger gave us a vision. He said we're true to Abraham. And so they want to keep us divided. So he said, no. They set them up to nullify what Elijah Muhammad was doing, false Israel. So right now, that's where we're right now. So the first thing we have to we cannot be united unless we have vision. And so that vision is about to be taken down. Then we're going to realize that, no, we are true to Abraham, and that's going to be a vision that's going to bring us together. Okay? So right now, that's collaboration because Master Muhammad is going to take them out. That's the war. False Israel will be taken down. And Suleiman's here to give you your mind once that, and the vision back. Get your mind back and the vision, right? Well, he gives you your vision anyway. Because once it's gone, then you won't have no vision. So he's here. Right? Master Muhammad going to tear down this false vision. He's going to put up the correct vision. Then, you got this one. Now, he's part of that vision thing. He said we ain't going nowhere. Devils ain't devils no more. He's part of that. Because he's a devil himself. His father's a devil. It means he's a devil, which they call demons. So once we take false Islam, then we have to take out the one that's controlling NOI. Demons in control of NOI. You got false Israel in control of our vision. You got a demon in control of our nation. Nation of Islam. Okay. So Suleiman, who the Lord will consume with the spirit of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming. So that's the next thing. Once you take, then Farrakhan is cast down. Then that's when we come together. They attack us. We come together to see the great army. Because now the demons are separated out from us. And part of the reason why we cannot unite. So now we start coming together. So they attack us because that's the last thing they want. That's to come together. So that's Gog. That's when they're going to attack. Attack all blacks. They ain't taking any chances. Understand? But we got rid of false, got rid of vision. Right? And Farrakhan had to control the NOI. They were trying vision, he had control of NOI, our government. And then once Gog is taken down, because Gog is trying to prevent us from leaving here. Trying to prevent us from leaving here. See? And so once we leave, now we got to take our land back because they have control of our land. False Israel, Antichrist had control of our vision. Okay. You had Farrakhan control of our nation. Okay. Here, false Israel, God control of our people, our energy. Manage our energy. Okay. And they got control of our land. That's our land. And that measure the covenant. And then they have control of our economy. You understand that because that's really hidden and they have control. I'm not going into detail here, but I have explained before, but the tech industry, right? That should have been ours. They said over India, they brought Indians in because they didn't want you to have it. And the industrial, again, all that. That's why America gave it up because they didn't want us to have it. It went to China. So all those things, they have control of those things. Right? So the thing is after we get our land back, we have control of Arabia. Okay? And that's the source of their fuel that fuels their economies. So no more. They're going to attack. And they want to maintain those economies because that's the winter season. They're winter people. Explain that. And if we take them out, well, no, really, Obama will be with them. There'll be a united Africa. Arabia is Africa, also a South and North Africa. That's no story altogether. But he will be, you'll see, he's one of that white horse. He'll be leading that. And then he'll get in the fight with China and India. And he'll take them down. We get in the fight where we defeat them. I mean, if we don't defeat them, right? We overcome them, we kick them out of Arabia. That's what they want. And they can't, we stop them from taking it back. Then he takes them out. And then he comes after us. We're twin brothers, Esau and Jacob. He's the older brother. He said, no, the planet, this is a battle for the planet now. Not for the resources, for the planet. He said, it's mine. He's Lucifer. And that's what Lucifer is. Lucifer is Satan, not the same person. So he says, no, you sold it. You sold your birthright. Oh, no, he's going to attack us because he said the planet belongs to us. It's a battle for the planet. The last battle is going to be a very terrible battle. Then, now eternal peace. Eternal peace. Take them down. See here? These are all the nations I just mentioned. Can't see in detail here, but right? All nations are crushing us. They've been crushing us for the last 500 years. All the nations are part of it. All of them. I just showed you. That's a graphic of it. Trying to crush us. They haven't crushed us, but it's a heavy burden. Let's go into more detail, right? So motivation, because it says, all nations we bless. Blessed by seed. Well, how are we blessed by seed when we're in such trouble? Because they be ripping us off. Can men rob God? So they would take control of our energy. Because they claim they're Christians, they're the spiritual Abraham, because the original covenant was annulled, and so now they're Jesus' main people, chosen people. Okay. So they're saying they take control of, they're using that. And the Bible, the Bible says we curse black. See, they're motivated on the sealed Bible. Sealed Bible says Russia is Gog. That's why I hate Russia so much. Because Israel is the seed of Abraham. We're supposed to be slaves forever. Anyway, so they manage our energy, because that's what slave is. You manage their energy. So they manage our energy for their purpose against us. Right? So that's how they got rich, managing our energy. That's what I want us to leave. Because they have control. They have control. If they manage it, they have control of energy. It's like you're a poor person, but now you find a rich person and he's retired or Alzheimer's. So now you're the what do you call it? Guardian of their money. But you don't want to let them go because when they let it go, man, you don't have let them go. You don't want to let them go because now you poor again. That's why they don't want to let us go because they managing our energy. And you don't understand that. You're not managing it. They're managing our energy. That's what make them rich. So that's how I got rich. Managing our energy, enslaving us. Capitalism, maximum profit, minimum overhead. You got false Israel. They're getting they're taking credit for who we are. So it says, those who bless Israel be blessed, those cursed, so they getting all the blessings that should occur to us. They're saying they Israel. So that's why you got God supporting them no matter what. Because they say, oh, well, we got to support them because you bless Israel, we bless. Who cursed? But they cursing and blessing the wrong one. They're cursing us, we real Israel. And they blessing them, that's fake one. They get rich off our identity. See? They get all that. Help them because they see Abraham. See? It's consequence for all that because they take something that belongs to them. That's why the hell, when the embrace is going to be terrible. Then you got him. He controls our nation. He said he's the Messiah. He's Aaron. He is Aaron. He's the Messiah. Son of Perdition. He's a multimillionaire. How he get rich? He don't have any business, anything. Right? All these are working together to keep us down. They're getting rich off us. He's a chief demon. It was all him and all the demon friends, which is all the preachers out there too. He's friendly with them. They're all demons living off us because Master said once he wasn't in the fields anymore, right? They said, Master, remember these Master's children, black-faced children. Said, Master, what we going to do? Well, you ain't going to live off me. You going to live off them niggas. You ain't going to live off me. That's what they've been doing. Preachers, all of them, Farrakhan, all of them, living off of the gangs, all of them. And that's why Suleiman's job is to get rid of him. First, take him out. The rest will follow. Okay? He controls our nation. And he got our land. That's right. All of them got rich off of our stuff. Our name, our nation, our identity, our land, all ours. Now we're taking it back. Economies. What's up? A new economy where they won't be benefit because that's another thing they're gonna try, right? They want to keep this economy going. Capitalism, democracy, we're gonna put an end to that. They control economics now. We have a new economic system, but they control the economic system of this world right now. What's the economic system of this world? Industrial and intellectual. They control it. And then here's Lucifer, our twin brother. Right? He became popular and powerful, right? Claiming he's one of us. I got being president. Everybody's living off us. He's not one of us. He never did a goddamn thing for us. Then I got Kamala Harris. She ain't black. She Indian. But everybody's living off of us. So he got there because black folks voted for him. But he ain't for black people. He's not for original people anyway. See, all these people, that's why I said all nations be blessed by Abraham's seed. Because they're all using us. And they all hate us, every one of them. Okay, I'm not sure I have here, bosses. Let me see. Okay. You go from messenger to warlord. He's about to go warlord. Once you take demon down, Farrakhan, then become warlord. Right now he's giving the message. These are demons. House niggas. They say, hey, how we going? Oh no, we live off them there. That's what. So they're preachers. Yes, man. What they have done with black people? Nothing. Sargent, Farrakhan, they're all vultures. Come back to eat flesh. What they killed. They're demons. That was black-faced children. And our 224,000 year cycle is broken into four periods: 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. And we're in the 6,000 year period, which is the winter. Now we're about to transition to the spring. When spring comes, it destroys all trace of winter, and that's what they call it avoid. But see, they didn't know anything about the spring. They thought it was always going to be winter. They thought that's the way things are. But now spring is coming in, and they're going to fight against it. But you summer people, so it's in your favor. Global warming, that's bad. You think it's this? No. Holocaust, man, that's bad. No. That's in your favor. AI, all that stuff, technology, that's you bring that into existence, not them. Man, how many come and fly carpet? He go with super technology that you got to rise up to. Let me walk this quickly, brothers and sisters. Where before they brought us over here? They brought us over here. They had house niggas and the original people. House niggas with their children, they let work in the house. They wouldn't let us work in the house because they, right? What's I doing here, Moses? They let us work in the house because they might kill them. And we told submit. I talk about it. We told submit as a C-bomb. How C-bomb work. In other words, consequence. If you punch me in the face, 10-pound punch, every day for a year, and I don't punch you back, that means I'm damming up the consequence. Because consequence has to happen. So if you go for 365 days, that's 3,650 pounds of force that I've been absorbing. So I at least on you in one day. Damn. You can take that punch? No, you can't. That's what it's all about. That's come out of grace. There was a period of grace. We told Smith we did. So we didn't retaliate to what they did to us. So that's why it says when the judgment comes, the dam breaks, that do unto them double as done to you. The dam breaks. All of a sudden, all that's a C-bomb. They was building a C-bomb, they was fueling it. Okay? And that's why it says our nation comes together in one day, and also the destruction comes together one day, because both two work together simultaneously. So we was niggas back then, 1920s. And then every 50 years, momentum was in the heavens and earth, but it comes up of a sudden. Now, the students don't know what that means. They got the crime. It means universe is contracting, so about every 50 years you get an energy wave. The energized place. Now we're so energy deprivation because universe was getting weaker, colder and colder and colder because energy was going out. But now it's coming back. So the first one came back in the 1860s. And we broke our chains. Okay? The blues was controlling the atmosphere. I'm not going that kind of detail, bro, scissors. Right? So now you had to divide. Those house niggas, they wanted to be sharecroppers, they were master. Many people say, hey, I want to go sit, get hell away from master as far as I can get. Right? But we still think we want people. But we're not. We think we want people. We think we're all sheep, but they wolves, sheep clothing, because they devils in black skin. Skin folk. Then 50 years later, approximately 50 years later, or jazz skin, is that coincidence? And now they want to get closer to the devils. Eurocentric, Afrocentric. Oh, brothers and sisters. Is that a question, bro? It's just every 50 years. Now we got jazzy. I explain this in detail. I'm not gonna do it right now. But the original people, Afrocentric. Elijah Muhammad was a follower of Marcus Garvey too, before he met Master Muhammad. These boys, right? You should be more like Master. Be more like Master, you're eccentric. It's talk like Master. Let's English like Master. Right? And then 50 years later, no Motown's down. Now we're getting jazzy. Not jazzy, but no, I'm black and I'm proud, right? And see, you want to get closer. Integration. We want to treat just like we want equal rights. Be just like government, just like the rest of your children. We say, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. They say they want to get closer. They want to actually be included 100% with see the two different paths here. But this is Master's children, black-faced children. So they have the same nature as Master. So that's what they think. These think differently. They had to divide. But they still think, right? They still think, oh, we're all black. We just have a different opinion, right? But then Master of the Company comes whose job to take down the demons. Right? He says, no, we different people. He makes it clear. No, they're demons. They're Master's children. His father's the devil. See, he's not seeing Abraham. He makes a distinction, and that's when the war comes. But then we realize, hey, they're not brothers. Yes, it did, all that stuff, right? And now that's where we're at. Possibly 50 years later, that's where we are right now, right? So, so all you got to do is look and see what his message would be. His message would be along this path or this path. So you know which one he follows. This path or this path. Let's take a look.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good.
Our nation.
But I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Well, brothers, what path you think he's on? What path you think he's on? You know, happened in America, that's not what the letters say. Muhammad said they cannot be reformed, but he's taken off the planet. They're all devils, 100% wicked. Our God, he claims he's following the will of Allah. Where Allah is, he's following. So let's see what he has to say about you. Because at that point, right, the demons and the saints, they know they're different. You will know in a minute. It's my job to make sure you understand that. You know in a minute. So how does he feel about the things? Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Ooh. Let's say how you feel about you when putting down suits on his back, right? Thick porterhouse steaks on his plate, right? $10,000 rings on his fingers. When he exploited, pimping the sisters. That's right, pimping his sisters. Pimping his sisters. And we got to do fundraisers because you can't get the males to do anything. He's a pimp. I got that pimp scar. You notice it? Go on.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Minty. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Minty.
Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
That's what you think about the saints. He's a demon. For a lot of worms, eat your ass. But for the devils, he loved them. I don't know what's happening to them. He neglected the part that him and Wallace is the one that killed the nation. When Muslim was alive, who killed him? You did. You stole everything they had. You left nothing behind. You and Wallace did together. See? So what they say less. So, what path you think he's on? That's a covenant. His job is get you home. That's a covenant. I guess I took this down on that. Yeah. Let me play this, brothers and sisters.
1. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
It might be with Joshua, not Aaron. Farrakhan, we bypass Aaron altogether. I mean, how clear can it be? I'm saying those with him, it's easy. They had nothing to say. We won't listen to it. Because how in the hell you with him when it's so clear? It means you're a demon. Or you're an idiot. Right? That's all a category of disbelievers, right?
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
Now they mentioned this Sunday. What they talk about is that two paths I told you about, the one Farrakhan's on, the one Messer Covenant. It's your choice. It's your choice.
One. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, 2. And shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. 4. If any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. "15. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
Fair enough, brothers and sisters. As the National Companies talk about Joshua and Aaron, and it's talking about discipline, time and energy equals power. Once you apply that, your power is great. There's nothing they can do, absolutely nothing they can do to overcome you. And the path, he says, death and life, that's the path I showed you, right? Let's go back and I'm sure here. Nope. I should show it there, but it didn't. Yeah, they're talking about, brother, says this path or this path. That's a line iron. That's where it's the final separation taking place. Those with the Lord come with me. And then they got rid of Aaron. So this path, death, this path, life. Your choice. Nobody's going to make you make it. That's what it says. Choose life. If you choose death, curses, because he's cursed. Come on, brothers and sisters.
One. 6. 1. And it shall. 15. See.
The demons, they in your flesh, the preachers, all of them. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he said, we'll be in their shoes that was made of gold and silver. Because they ain't going to go down with the demons. Terrible way. Okay, transition. Check something, sisters, then we're going to close. Oh. Well, I said, the winter's over. There's nothing they can stop it. So the battle is a quality battle. Can't, quantity battle, fruitless. Can't stop spring coming in. It's quality battle. And that's what you see, Mr. Trump. Being Trump. I think it's $73 trillion in debt. They can't afford to pay that. All the money you pay in taxes is going to pay off the interest. Even the devils are saying that. They can't survive it. Because the thing is that part, okay, let me put it this way. Growth versus resistance. Anything growing, reaction has opposite reaction. Growth is action. Right? So say, for instance, you suffer consequence. You're being crushed. There's no growth there. But your resistance is to keep from being crushed. They face resistance. Your resistance is you're trying to avoid being crushed. Because the opposite way. I don't know if you thought of that or not, but now, right? Because every action, opposite reaction. But the action now, right? Because you're the reaction, really, right? Because the action now is crushing you. You resisting it. Those actions, resisting it, the crushing. You're doing everything you can to keep from being crushed. And that's what's going on in America right now. They still take people's oil because then find out they can't come out of it. They come out going war with China because China has most of their debt. I told you about the Knights Templar. This is Louis the First or whatever in France. And Knights Templar is the one that built this so-called banking system, checks, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, bottom line, it was like warrior monks. They're very rich, very powerful. So France owed them a lot of money. France couldn't pay it. They're about to go bankrupt. So it's all the Knights Templar to come in and say, let's discuss this debt. So bring all the officials. So all the officials came, and then he got them all together and burned them all up. No debt anymore. That's where America looks at. If they go to war with China, then they come out of this debt because there's no way they can get out of this debt. There's no way to get out of it. And the reason why they're in debt, because they spend money that they don't have. You understand? If you're contracting, remember, it's you're not growing. So it's you're borrowing money because you're trying to, keep them being crushed. But so it's a quality thing because y'all being crushed, but it's just taking the form of debt. You know what I'm saying? Still being crushed is just taking the form of debt. So you look at the debt, but you're still being crushed. Remember I told you it's a quality thing. So you're still being crushed, but it's in the form of debt. So America technically is just about gone because all that there's no way they can sustain it. And the reason why it is so debt because they're trying to keep them. They're being crushed. The nations are rising up against them. America has less. The spring is coming in. Everybody's been energized, but they have more discipline in America. So everybody's growing. If everybody's growing in power, the earth is able. Earth is not getting bigger. So, right. So if you're in an elevator, if you get bigger, right, they get bigger. So that means everybody will get under more pressure. So if the nation start growing, right, unless your power is greater than theirs, then they're going to start squeezing you. That means you're being crushed. And that's what's happening. America doesn't have, they have less discipline of all the nations. You say, what about China? Well, see, China mixed in with other people. I'm going to talk about that one day, but because in Injil says it seems like it's backwards. Anyway. So the thing is, America's they're doing everything they can for being crushed. Oh, I got the best military. That's not going to work. I told you that military they haven't won a war any place, have they? Have they won one place lately? Look who's beating them. Right? Sheep farmers up in Afghanistan, rice dumpers in Vietnam, little Yemen kick their ass because they're being crushed. I told you nothing they can do, but they're desperate to try to hold on to power. Right? And they got two things. They're trying to hold on to power and also trying to stop the spring. So if you understand why, what's motivating Trump. Taking people's oil, he's going to attack this nation. And then then another thing is, when you get in trouble like that, you start bluffing. Oh, I do this. No, you can talk all you want to, but everybody's calling you bluff now. That's what you're seeing. So another thing too, say for instance, like I said, they handle pressure worse than anyone else because they have less mass. So mass times acceleration equals force. And the force equal for everybody. Say force is 12. They got a mass of 1, then acceleration is 12. 1 times 12 is 12. That means they move around very fast. But they move very fast. Remember, they can't achieve Hosh because they have less discipline. So that means they collide with each other. So you can move fast, but if you got Hosh, then it doesn't matter because everybody's working in sync. See, the original people can achieve Hosh, but they can't. So they collide. That's why you see all this killing and murdering and constant fighting and everything else, because they more than any Europeans doing it more than anybody. They can't. So that's why you see all these mass murders. I mean, it said almost 400 this year. That's almost one a day. Mass murders, not just one person kills somebody. Mass murders. That's what's happening. Okay? So I put it like this. Say for instance, okay, you're Clyde. So you want, hey man, where's Clyde? Okay, we can't, man, we can't have that. Can we stop? How can we stop that? Well, if you can put rubber bumpers on everybody, put a lot of rubber on the roads, right? So then you start climbing. Instead of climbing each other, you climb with the rubber. Rubber takes a hit. Right? What's the rubber? That's you. See? That's you. You keeping them. You don't think it's keeping America somewhat civil now. They falling apart. But you the rubber that they bumping into and you taking a hit. That's where you are right now. Okay? So all they got you now, they're trying to deceive you. Oh, well, you all these ads, everybody interracial marriages now, and all these movies where snipes and whatever, they got white girlfriends, all this stuff. That's why Pharaoh didn't want to let you go. Because that gets back to what I was saying before. You're the punching bag, but now you're the shock absorber. Now you transfer the Trump back to shock absorber. See, that's what Trump doing, right? He's putting it all on you. Bring the military in. In all the cities. So forth, so on, what he's doing. See? So you're the shock absorbers. But once you move, there's no shock absorbers. So then that's why it's going to be so terrible in America once you unite and you're not the shock absorbers anymore. You're not the punching bag. See? You're still a little punching bag, not as much as you was when you was in the fields. But now you're more like a shock absorber. And when that's going, now they're moving real fast. And when this energy wave is realized, they're going to be moving so fast. That's why I said that tribulation is going to be such as never seen before. It was so fast, it's going to be a strange thing because the violence is going to be off the page. You ain't going to see violence because they're moving so fast. Collisions, it's like the collisions where everybody was moving at 50 miles an hour and colliding with each other. That's bad, man. People dying every day else, right? Everybody moving 200 miles an hour. Oh, man, that's the, ooh. Everybody on the road driving 200 miles an hour to collide with each other. He said, damn, that's what it'd be like. Once this energy wave is in effect, that's enough energy, but the original paper can take, it's moving fast too, but they're going to achieve Hajj. They move fast as those, they move fast though, but they have Hajj. They're going to achieve Hajj. Okay? If they don't, they get lost. You understand, brothers? So right now, you're a shock absorber. Still, your shock absorber, even with shock absorber, still bumps, right? That's why the crime and all that kind of stuff, right? That's what that's evidence of. Because they still bumping each other, right? But you got they got shock absorbers. And that's you. When you remove, there's nothing. All they do is climb with each other. They're going to be eating each other. It's going to be all to be eating your own children, the dogs, and everything else. Well, that's another story. You understand, bro? I'll tell you, I'm trying to give you the details of what's happening. I think you don't really need to know that if you understand power. I'm just going into details how they think and how they acted. Because if you see the sealed Bible, people say, how can they hate Russia? Because they think Russia's God. And God is supposed to attack Israel. See, when you understand the sealed Bible, they understand why they're thinking, why they do what they're doing. And why they're protecting false Israel all 100%. Because they say, well, he who guards Israel, bless, who curses, and such things like that. Okay? Just like this at Babylon, that Babylon was supposed to be in Iraq. That's why they attack Iraq. Because you got them saying right now, their problem is what's guiding them is not economics, it's not logic. What's guiding them is a sealed Bible. And we was him. We're supposed to be translated. So they still think that we're 3/5 human. And we're the problem now. See? We don't want to cause all the violence, though. We're the shock absorbers. But they see the way they see from a whole different perspective. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So we went from punch bag to shock absorbers. Then once we move, there's nothing, right? And now you got any demons going at it. And that's going to be terrible. The many demons going to go at it. Doesn't restrain them. And they're not going to be, the demons will be somewhat united. They won't achieve Hajj. But they'll be somewhat united to some degree. But the devils, they'll be totally. They're trying to martial law, but he's not going to be able to control them. He said they're going to be hiding. He said the strong man will be in the alleyway, holding his groins like a woman in labor. See? Their mother against the mother. They said, well, that's another story. But they be against each other. Because there's nothing they can't achieve Hajj. Everybody be against everybody. It won't be mobs and groups running around. Be with the demons, but not with the devils. Everybody be free for all. Killing everybody. Anything they see. Eating everybody, anything they can get their hands on, eating you. But they started unified initially when they first attacked. It don't last long. Because once we come together as a seed and great army, right? I'll come together causing the fall come apart. When they come together, cause us to fall apart. But now come together, cause us to fall apart. So now they totally disunited. Totally adverse to each other. Here's a transition, brothers and sisters. Spring to summer. from winter to spring. Okay. So here, see, Farrakhan is trying to hold you back. Keep from going into the spring. Because no, he lose control of you in the spring. He living off of you. He lose control in the spring, so he's trying to hold you back. Stay in the winter. Let's stay here in America. I love America. I don't go no place else. The devils ain't devils no more, and I love these devils. You see? What he saying? What he saying? He telling you, I don't want to go nowhere. That's totally against what Elijah Muhammad said. He said, you've been fooled to stay in the land of your imprisonment. I love the devil. I don't see nothing happen to the devils. I don't want nothing happen to the spring. I don't have anything happen to the winter. I love the winter. All my wealth and everything is in the winter. I'm living off of you in the winter. When you get in the spring, I won't be living for you anymore. And then it's too hot there, man. I'm gonna get sunburned and stuff. So he's doing everything he can to keep you in Scientology and all that stuff in. And when they said, oh, it's time of unprecedented, time of trouble. And you say, well, okay, it's time of trouble. I'm waiting. What do we do? Oh, just believe in Allah. Oh, really? Just believe in Allah? That's your answer? Because they don't know a goddamn thing. Just believe in Allah. Just have faith in Allah. And who's pissing shit in the bag, can't stand up, can't dress, so that's why he put in a jumpsuit, pissing shit in the bag, can't wipe his own ass, but he speaks to God. Yeah. Trying to hold you. Hey, don't go on this, don't get that man, Suman. Ain't no spring coming, man. You don't want that. That's he lying to you. Stay here in the winter. There ain't no promised land. God lied to you too. Stay here in the winter with me. See, Elijah in the winter, trying to tell you spring is coming. That kind of guy's looking like a mile on his face, right? See? But he ain't buying it. Here's the winter. That's where we're in the winter. See? That's the spring over there. He don't want you to go over there. Stay over here in the winter. Scientology, stay over here with me. See? So I'm telling you, hey man, you want to get away from here? You want to go in the spring. You mess with the covenant, go home. He's being taught by Elijah. He's been taught by Master Muhammad. And you got this lying dog here. He represents Elijah Muhammad. We can easily prove that's a lie. Now he got control of the nation. The demon has control of the nation. It says some Perdition was sitting in Elijah's seat. How can you miss that? Some Perdition was sitting in Elijah's seat. The mouth will make war with the saints for 40-some years and overcome them. It's easy. Even in the Quran, in the Bible, when Moses came, he wanted to kill. He wanted to kill Aaron. He built in the Quran too. And so now he's taken out, and the Ancient of Days does set. And this is where we are right now. You got the demons and the saints mixed together, chaff and the wheat. So both of us power is nullified by each other because we mix it with them. And we can't trust our own people. We hate our own people because they look like us and they cause all this damage. If you wheat sheep And you got sheep around here eating other sheep. Say, what the hell is going on with that? But they're wolves. You don't know it. So now you don't trust no sheep. You don't trust any sheep at all. So now you hating yourself, hating the rest of the sheep. You don't trust them. Keep us divided. Muslim has to come and say, oh, no, hold, wait a minute. I know who they are. Separate them out. And you got two armies. See the great army? And you have an army of demons too. They're the ones who's going to take down America. They're going to go to war in America. That's the locust in the Injil. And they're going to defeat the devils because the devils have not united at any point. The power is gone. They have no discipline. But it's going to pure victory because once they get it, then they're going to be taken down by the goat. That's what it says. No weapon that's formed against it shall probably tell you that. See? It says no. I don't care. Atomic bomb, machine gun, whatever. Right? All you got to do is apply discipline, 5 pillars. Right? They certainly don't know what they mean. They have them. They don't understand it. You apply it. Right? And then you have greater power than them. Nothing they can do to help. Nothing. Zip. Nothing. Come on, brothers and sisters. This is the people that weren't prepared. And I said the winner, men's heart failing for fear the expectation of those things will come upon earth, powers of heaven will be shaken. You know, I'm not in earth. You notice that? So it's the ones, it's the demons in the earth. Remember winter Sabbath? Angel. 5 pillars, brothers and sisters. You apply them. I got a presentation explained to it. You apply them. The more you apply them, the better you prepare. You start preparing now. See, some going to wait till the last minute. Then it'll be too late. You have to achieve this to get to tribulation. Right, I'm not going to go into these details, brothers and sisters. This science thing is whooping me up. Hold on. Let's go through it quickly, brothers and sisters. You know, your mind, got to get your mind back. Faith. You start with faith, but you got to get knowledge. You got to get your mind. Right? See? And they can come at you with Jesus, Christianity, propaganda, education, and mess your mind up. And they succeed in most cases. Then your emotions, that's a lot. You start to control your emotion. They got a weapon out there. Right? That put certain vibrations like music, at a certain frequency and amplitude, right? Wavelength. That put fear, get your heart pounding like crazy, almost, you know. You can't fight in that condition. They turn on, you're afraid, you run. But if you take and you apply this, your heart will be firm enough, it will not be affected by it. They got weapons in all these situations, but right now they're doing a propaganda weapon. They're using a propaganda weapon right now. It's working on your mind. Okay? They got weapons. Okay? And they didn't want you to think. They know if you start thinking, so when they couldn't read your feelings, they said you could stop reading it. Okay, well, we can't stop from reading anymore. So let's distract them. Give them NFL, NBA, all that shit, all this stuff that don't mean anything. Distract you from thinking. Because you know, once you start thinking, you get your mind back, you start gaining power, and that's their ass. You could have did that during the time of Elijah. You know, if you'd have kept with Elijah and followed what he said, you'd be in power. You'd have control of America right now. You would. You'd have control of America right now. 40 years, you would have control. Because your power has been so much greater than theirs, you've been united. And black folks was coming to Elijah in groves. And after Farrakhan can't even fill his own temple. So the mosque can't even fill, it's almost damn near empty. The economics. I talk about credit. That's a big damn near credit. Oh, I get your house and you pay me. No, you actually paying for the house. The minute you got it. So now that gonna throw off your balance? Now all things going bad for you? Let's move on, balance to something. American dream. Okay? And processed foods and everything else. Eating 3 meals a day and all this kind of stuff. Right? And plus they control your energy, making you work. You're still a slave. Telling you how to manage. When you're working for these people, they're telling you how to manage your energy. I want you to manage energy for my purpose. Make me rich. You understand? That's what you're doing. We're still slaves. When we was home, you didn't do that. Your energy, everybody was a sink. So you use a blood cell or use a foot cell, whatever. You was doing what you was doing. You was managing. You don't. If you're a foot cell, if you're a heart cell, you're trying to control a lung cell. You're gonna kill yourself in the lung. The lung can't act like you want the lung act like a heart cell. That's gonna kill it. You want to leave it alone. People can do all this controlling stuff. But right now, that's why we got diabetes and all this kind of stuff, right? Because they control our energy. Work, how much work we do and everything else. We're still slaves and you don't realize it. If someone's controlling your energy, you're a slave. That's complex enough for you? Someone's controlling your energy, you're a slave to them. And they control the energy. You got to work, you got to do this, you got to do that for their purpose. Then, Hajj. That's demons. They're there to keep us from achieving Hajj. They mixed in with us, keep us going, confusion, the cheap wolves in sheep clothing. All this stuff is planned. They've been doing shrewd with us for hundreds of years. And soon I have to come identify these things and get rid of them. Not going in detail here, brothers, this, but weather. What is your weapon? It says that in lessons too. We store up weather as a weapon for a time of trouble. But you don't know. You have you're affecting the weather now. You just don't have control. It's like a child babbling. Okay, they're making noise, but they don't have control of the noise they're making yet. Once you start babbling and once you start focusing, you teach Hajj, then you're going to see that you can call on hurricanes, you can call on tornadoes. It's like blinking your eye. That's the weapon you have. And that weapon, you said, turn it up, this here right here, this thing is more powerful than an atomic bomb. It's where, right here, this tornado back here. There's more power, energy than an atomic bomb in it. I guess that's his husband now. Because he, women ain't his heaven anymore. The devils took care of that. Pissing shit in the bag, so I guess that, look at it. That's his husband. That's his daddy. See resemblance? Google it. Don't take my word for it. It means it's the devil. You talk all that crap you want. Devil made us, God made us in the womb and all that stuff. Oh, God's a man. He made us in the womb. Okay, Master Muhammad is sleeping with all these women. What, he sleep with animals too? Bullshit. Okay. That's your understanding. You stick with it. And that's it, brothers and sisters. Close down. I got through it. This allergy is really kicking me. That's what I'm thinking, brothers and sisters.
illegally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a
society
thing.
Is
one culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multicultural multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set.
Yeah,
you worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had, because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance said it in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And then took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was into it was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet, what's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and enslave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so he couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the whole rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers you and I. Turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the whole rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years, right? And so we've been here a year now, and there was an agreement made, a form of slave master. He said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America and reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big master. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states and promised him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say they looked at the farmers when they done. The farmers said, oh, So then, Master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't put your own food? You want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. Wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the Master, okay, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and it ran out. They had to replace it, replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. Warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan's He told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, he told him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, me and all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's whole economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people and all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. He just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have to find your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. You know, if you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold, but the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 hardly worth anything. Oh, what about you? Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You got to control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're just using another different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to get the communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We're sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving, you ain't got no, your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, he on the phone, he talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? And what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and those whooping their ass. Right? I thought you think they would give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, that was 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, when it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. Okay. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, we got it, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, where because you know they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you, you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it. We call it Conland or something. I forgot what it is. Something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh, no. Now he went and asked, Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the pastor said he says, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, we please come and get him. Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a side story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get more reports on okay, he says that was Master Farad Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man. It came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they're begging it, somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, we'll at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that. He's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.